Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Due to some technical issue, we apologize. We will start the event at 9:45 a.m. Thank you.
Testing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our event today, we have a few announcements for your kind attention. Firstly, participants are advised to remain online throughout the session. Secondly, participants are required to keep the microphone muted at all times when not speaking. Your cooperation is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Hadirin yang dihormati, Di sini terdapat beberapa pengumuman. Pertama, para hadirin dinasihatkan untuk terus berada dalam talian sepanjang majlis berlangsung. Kedua, para hadirin diminta untuk memastikan mikrofon anda ditetapkan dalam keadaan senyap sepanjang majlis. Kerjasama anda amatlah dihargai. Terima kasih.
Kelam malam berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-gerinya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu, sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam, membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan, membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa, membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 21st Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition organized by the third year of Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies, International Islamic University, Malaysia.
Selamat datang ke pameran kajian warisan seni bina kali ke-21 Anjuran Pelajar Tahun 3 Sarjana Muda Sains dalam pengajian seni bina Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia.
Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our event, let us introduce ourselves.
Sebelum kami memulakan majlis, terlebih dahulu izinkan kami untuk memperkenalkan diri. Saya Syarul Hafiz Sanusi.
And I am Rahnoma Siddiqa. And we will be your masters of ceremony for this special event. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku, and the IIUM song, Leading the Way.
Para hadirin diminta bersedia bagi nyanyian lagu kebangsaan Negaraku dan lagu UIAM, Leading the Way.
light in the future. Share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason. We shall excel, we shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we, the Khalifa, we will fulfill the Amanah. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Amin. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for mankind.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now, let us please welcome Brother Muhammad Faiz Chekmat to recite the Quran from Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 142 to 153.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekarang marilah sama-sama kita hayati alunan ayat-ayat suci Al-Quran yang akan disampaikan oleh saudara Muhammad Faiz Chekmat dengan bacaan surah Al-Baqarah ayat 142 hingga 153. Tafadhal mashkura.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I recite Surah Al-Baqarah, let us recite Surah Al-Fatihah for the late mother of our friends, Nur Filza Hanis, who already passed away yesterday. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. سيقول السفهاء من الناس ما ولاهم عن قبلتهم التي كانوا عليها قل لله المشرق والمغرب يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا. وما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول ممن ينقلب على عقبيه وإن كانت لكبيرة إلا على الذين هدى الله وما كان الله ليضيع إيمانكم إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم قد نرى تقلب وجهك في السماء فلنولينك قبلة ترضاها فول وجهك شطر المسجد الحرام وحيث ما كنتم فولوا وجوهكم شطره وإن الذين أوتوا الكتاب ليعلمون أنه الحق من ربهم وما الله بغافل عما يعملون ولئن أتيت الذين أوتوا الكتاب بكل آية ما تبعوا قبلتك وما أنت بتابع قبلتهم وما بعضهم بتابع قبلة بعض ولئن اتبعت أهواءهم من بعد ما جاءك من العلم إنك إذا لمن الظالمين الذين آتيناهم الكتاب يعرفونه كما يعرفون أبناءهم وإن فريقا منهم ليكتمون الحق وهم يعلمون الحق من ربك فلا تكونن من الممترين ولكل وجهة هو موليها فاستبقوا الخيرات أينما تكونوا يأت بكم الله جميعا إن الله على كل شيء قدير ومن حيث خرجت فول وجهك شطر المسجد الحرام وإنه للحق من ربك وما الله بغافل عما تعملون ومن حيث خرجت فول وجهك شطر المسجد الحرام وحيث ما كنتم فولوا وجوهكم شطره لئلا يكون للناس عليكم حجة إلا الذين ظلموا منهم فلا تخشوهم واخشوني ولأتم نعمتي عليكم ولعلكم تهتدون كما أرسلنا فيكم رسولا منكم يتلو عليكم آياتنا ويزكيكم ويعلمكم الكتاب والحكمة ويعلمكم ما لم تكونوا تعلمون فاذكروني أذكركم واشكروا لي ولا تكفرون يا أيها الذين آمنوا استعينوا بالصبر والصلاة إن الله مع الصابرين صدق الله العظيم.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Melati kuntum tumbuh melata, sayang merbah di pohon cemara. Assalamualaikum mulanya kata, kami sembah pembuka bicara.
Pergi berhuma di Tanjung Rokan, sebelum petang mengail ikan. Kehadiran Tuan kami alukan, kecil tapak tangan, niru ditadahkan. Thank you to the honorable guests, Professor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli, Deputy Rector of Responsible Research and Innovation IIUM.
Yang berbahagia, Profesor Arkitek Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian, Dean Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design.
Yang berusaha, Assistant Professor Architect Dr. Syazali Arifin, Head of Department of Architecture.
Yang berusaha, Datin Seri Arkitek Dr. Nowina binti Muhammad Nawawi, Course Coordinator of Architectural Heritage Studies 2021.
Yang berusaha, Brother Muhammad Lukman bin Ahmad Kashfi, Student Leader for the Architectural Heritage Studies 2021.
Yang berusaha, Brother Muhammad Afzal bin Hasmi, Program Manager for Architectural Heritage Studies 2021.
Distinguished guests, the Honorable Committee Members of Masjid Lama Satapa, the Honorable Committee Members of Masjid Lama Batu Anam, and the Honorable Committee Members of Masjid Sungai Chinchin, dearest parents, dedicated lecturers, esteemed alumni, and all beloved colleagues and fellow students. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launching of the opening ceremony of the 21st Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition.
Selamat datang ke majlis pelancaran pameran kajian warisan seni bina kali ke-21, Merungkai Warisan Seni Bina Nusantara.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to give a brief introduction about the 21st Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition. This virtual exhibition is put together by the efforts of IIUM as a university and esteemed educational center in instilling appreciation and awareness of history and heritage through the teaching and learning, research and consultancy. The intention of the Heritage Quest is not only just to study or appreciate the physical structures, but also as lessons learned on the civilization of the past, as mentioned in the holy pages of the Quran for a better world. For this event, the 21st Heritage Batch PAXI will feature 3 heritage buildings in the Muslim world, which include Masjid Lama Satapa, Masjid Lama Batu Anam, and Masjid Sungai Chinchin.
Tak molek jika ada alu, tiada lesungnya. Tak berguna jika ada dayung, tiada sampannya. Tak lengkaplah majlis jika tiada yang berbicara.
Without further ado, I would like to call upon the course coordinator, Datin Seri Architect Dr. Norina binti Muhammad Nawawi, to share an introductory speech on this special event.
Sekarang dipersilakan Yang Berusaha Datin Seri Arkitek Dr. Nowina binti Muhammad Nawawi untuk memberikan ucapan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli, Deputy Director of Responsible Research and Innovation of International University Malaysia, Professor Architect Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian, my respected Dean of the Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Assistant Professor Architect Dr. Syazali Arifin, Head of Department of Architecture, Brother Lukman Kashfi, the Student Leader for this Heritage Studies 2021, Brother Muhammad Afzal bin Hasbi, Program Manager for Architectural Heritage Studies 2021, the committee members of Masjid Lama Satapa, Masjid Lama Batu Anam, and Masjid Sungai Chinchin, beloved parents of the graduating students, dedicated lecturers and colleagues, the alumni, and the student guests, and of course our students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, we have almost reached the exit of our 2-semester journey of this new course planned. Unprecedented disruption of the pandemic and the speed of learning of adjusting to the digital age. Indeed, as an academic program into which many uncertainties is certainly not an ideal climate for teaching and learning, but as all problems, there are solutions. This course is a core course for the Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies. It's about relearning what others have done, why they do it, how they do it, and what can be taken as lessons learned. The course is not a design course for the budding architects in the making, but about making sense of the space and place in history, especially by Muslims in their livelihood. It is about understanding our heritage and for respect to the need to preserve the history that had interweaved mankind, as mentioned in the Quran. The teaching staff in this journey act as supervisors, advisors, and facilitators. The results we see today are all students' efforts. On behalf of the supervising team, which is myself, Dr. Srazali, our head department, Dr. Sufyan Ahmad, Dr. Zuraini Dinan, Brother Ihsan Sharil, and Dr. Naim Asif are all part of this department. We like to thank the department, the Kuliah and University, and the alumni, which is Brother Suhaimi, Brother Hishamuddin, Brother Arafat, Brother Hakim, for this continuous support. To students, congratulations and all the best for the days ahead as you graduate. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Datin Norina, for the exceptional introductory speech on our heritage course and exhibition. Let us continue our event by calling upon the President for Architectural Heritage Studies 2021, Brother Muhammad Luqman, to give his welcoming speech.
Hadirin hadirat sekalian, bagi meneruskan majlis kita pada hari ini, dijemput Saudara Muhammad Luqman selaku Presiden Pengajian Warisan Seni Bina 2021 untuk menyampaikan ucapan alu-aluan. Dipersilakan.
Thank you to both MCs Rahnoma and Shahrul for giving me the chance to speak in front of many beautiful faces on my screen today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. To our Honorable Professor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli, Deputy Rector, Responsible Research and Innovation of International Islamic University Malaysia, respected yang berbahagia, Profesor Arkitek Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian, Dean Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, respected yang berusaha Assistant Professor Arkitek Dr. Srazali Arifin, Head of Department of Architecture, respected yang berusaha Datin Seri Arkitek Dr. Narwina binti Muhammad Nawawi, Course Coordinator of Architectural Heritage Study Year 20/21, my fellow colleagues, Brother Muhammad Afzal bin Hasmi, Program Manager for Architectural Heritage Study Year 20/21, Brother Muhammad Mukhlis bin Mokrat, Group Leader of Masjid Lama Satapa, Brother Muhammad Arif bin Muhammad Haizer, Group Leader of Masjid Lama Batu Anam, Brother Cik Hashrul Syafiq bin Cik Hashim, Group Leader of Masjid Sungai Chinchin, the committee members of Masjid Lama Satapa, Masjid Lama Batu Anam, and Masjid Sungai Chinchin, beloved parents, distinguished guests, dedicated lecturers, alumni, and all my fellow friends and students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. 3 years in Bachelor of Architectural Studies, 3 years of classes and lectures, 3 years of crits and presentation, 3 years of ups and downs. In these 3 years, we have learned many things, accomplished many feats, gained lots of friends, and many more. During our first year of architectural studies here, we went to Taman Tasik Perdana and Pahang for our site visit. During our second year, we had Gombak as the place for our site visit, but we had some detours to Malacca. We were really excited at the time when the lecturers told us. We also went to Pahang, but had another detour to Terengganu. Basically, our second year was the best time for us. At the time, at the end of our second year and almost entering our third year, COVID-19 happened. Our third year started off with our very first virtual site visit. We were devastated at first because we could not enjoy those little detours. But in the end, we came through. To wrap up those 3 years of bittersweet memories together is with this heritage studies and exhibition, where we as a whole put all our knowledge and experiences together and give it our utmost best to accomplish what we have today. In this unprecedented time of the recent COVID-19 outbreak, we, the students, and even lecturers, alumnus, working as a team, managed to go through all of this safely, alhamdulillah. With a little bit of struggle and effort, we prove that if we are in this together, and if God wills, we can accomplish anything. I still remember the day that we first decided to not only go local, but also abroad just to conduct our research. We had plans, collected sums of money from our first year here, and did some initial research about the place we had originally planned to go. in the end, we can only plan, but Allah has better plan for us. And to ensure our safety in the upcoming research, we decided to look at a potential site near us. Fortunately for us, we had found these 3 masjids that were waiting for us to discover. For this year's Heritage Studies name and theme, we came up with an acronym PAXI for Prelude to Islamic Architectural Knowledge and Spiritual Inheritance. The idea for PAXI is from the 3 masjids having one Qiblat as the axis, or translated PAXI. Then we look at a broader context and we found out that the Gombak River acted as an axis, or PAXI. Then we look, lastly, the name PAXI fits perfectly with us, especially because our batch name is Axis, which can also be translated into PAXI. This heritage studies teaches us many lessons, but I would like to highlight an interesting few. It teaches us that even though we are separated by social distance and even SOPs, we can still function well as a team. It also teaches us to embrace innovation, new ideas, despite facing new challenges, such as this whole new world of virtual exhibition. It reminds us that every single building is like a storybook, just waiting its tale to be told. And this is what we are doing today. As a story has its once upon a time, it also has its the end. I have come to the end of my little speech, but before I end my speech here, I would like to say thank you. First, to the Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design for giving us the best facilities needed, to the Department of Architecture lecturers for pouring countless knowledge to us, to the sponsors that are willing to lend a hand even during this hard time, to all parents and guardians that keeps on supporting us with dua and prayers day and night, never know the meaning of the word tired, to all my batchmates for making this whole event possible from day one. And last but not least, to all those who come to this virtual exhibition and making it more memorable for us for our final year together here. We have trusted and enjoyed every little bit of the process. Now it's your turn to enjoy the 21st Architectural Heritage Exhibition, a prelude to architectural knowledge, spiritual inheritance, PAXI. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Brother Lukman, for the heartfelt welcoming speech and taking us down the memory lane of our 3-year journey as the batch of Axis. Truly, the batch has been united with the challenges faced and rewards reaped throughout the heritage journey. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to welcome our beloved Dean, Professor Architect Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian, to give his welcoming speech.
Seterusnya, dijemput Profesor Arkitek Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian untuk menyampaikan ucapan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. The Honorable Rector of IIUM, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Assistant Professor Architect Dr. Srazali Arifin, Head Department of Architecture, Datin Sri Architect Dr. Nurwina Muhammad Nawawi, Heritage Studies 2021 Course Coordinator, distinguished guests, academic tutors, Masjid Madrasah Committees of Masjid Lama Jamiatul Ihsan, Ustaz Muhammad Nazri bin Talib, Masjid Lama Batu Anam, Ustaz Haji Muhammad Hanifah bin Ramli, Masjid Sungai Chinchin, Dr. Muhammad Zaidi bin Abdul Rahman, and individuals, parents, alumni, and sponsors. And the most importantly, the remarkable graduating student, Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. To all of you who are present this morning to witness the opening ceremony of inaugural 21st Heritage Study, with the theme Paksi, which means prelude to Islamic architecture knowledge and spiritual inheritance. This event is organized by the graduating student of Axis, which is coordinated by Datan Sri Architect Dr. Novina Muhammad Nawawi, with a team of dedicated lecturers from Department of Architecture, namely Assistant Professor Dr. Sufyan Hamad, Brother Muhammad Ehsan, Dr. Zuraini Denan, Dr. Srazadi Arifin, Dr. Naim Asif, and dedicated alumni, Brother Muhammad Suhaimi Ismail, Brother Muhammad Ishamuddin Kasim, Brother Arafat, and Brother Abdul Hakim. It has been more than 2 decades that KAID has been producing proficient graduate within the 5 branches of the built environment, that is architecture, urban and regional planning, landscape architecture, quantity surveying, and applied art and design, which are endorsed by the Malaysian Qualification Agency, MQA, and their respective professional bodies. We are indeed very proud and grateful that many of Al-Qaeda alumni are being employed by not only government offices and private firms, but also have ventured into self-made business either locally or internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, KAID aims at pioneering the integration of Islamic worldview into both teaching and training of emerging professionals within the built environment professions by applying the Tawidic education approach. This will not only produce graduates who will fulfill the general requirement of the built environment industry, but who will also become competent in research and development activities, as well as innovation in celebrating the concept of Rahmatan lil Alamin. In this way, KAID will be able to embrace the concept of Maqasid Sharia to improve the built environment. In line with the vision and mission of Kuliah, the theme of the exhibition, Paksi, is presenting the prevailing Islamic architecture of the past and unquestionable link to the architecture of masjid as the identifiable architecture or building typology in the development of faith and symbol of Islam to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In Islam, architecture plays an important role in the fulfillment of spiritual and bodily demands that are material and spiritual connected. When Prophet Muhammad SAW built the Quba Masjid at Quba and building the Masjid Nabawi at Medina, they were the first building built at the time that were geared toward a community and the well-being of the people first, rather than building his own house. The purpose of the masjid as a place of community, together based on piety of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is cited in Surah Al-Jumu'ah, ayat 9. Ladies and gentlemen, these exhibitions, as part of academic requirement of Architectural Heritage Studies course, aim at exposing the significance of Islamic heritage in terms of architecture and Islamic philosophical convenience, providing a platform for intellectual discourse in Islamic architectural heritage and the built environment that include future possibilities for research and consultancy collaboration for holistic output. This exhibition is not an attempt to highlight the beauty of Gombak Historical Masjid or to romanticize its traditional past, but to impart the importance of cultural legacy as a component of communal memory. The exhibition identifies communities from Sumatra that had made up the local population in the history of Malaysia and how as Muslims exercise their responsibility to their Creator wherever they are in seeking providence. Ladies and gentlemen, this event through architecture, videography, and technology will not materialize without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grace. On behalf of KAID, I would like to express gratitude to IOM Clinic, Residential Office, and Office of Deputy Director of Student and Community Engagement for supporting the Green Bubble concept in student mobility for fieldwork during the pandemic. To Jabatan Agama Islam Selangor, JAIS, and Masjid Community from Masjid Sungai Chinchin, Masjid Batu 6 Gombak, and Masjid Satapa Jamil Ihsan for their hospitality and cooperation to the student. To the sponsors who have financed in kind and in monetary form for this event generously. The alumni in supporting and training of students for the inaugural exhibition using virtual platform, KAID Technical Support Staff in aiding the event, and for our Honorable Rector for accepting to His grace our event. I wish everyone welcome and enjoy the 3 days event on the Zoom platform. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Architect Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian, for the wonderful speech.
Ribuan terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Profesor Arkitek Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian atas ucapan yang disampaikan sebentar tadi.
Next, with great pleasure, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli, Deputy Rector of IIUM, to give a speech and thus officiate this 21st Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition.
Seterusnya, majlis menjemput dan mempersilakan Timbalan Rektor Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli untuk menyampaikan ucapan sekaligus merasmikan pameran pengajian warisan seni bina kali ke-21. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Thank you, MCs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, and salawat salam to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Dear Professor Architect Dr. Abdul Razak Sapian, Dean of KAID, Assistant Professor Architect Dr. Srazali Arifin, Head Department of Architect, Datin Sri Architect Dr. Nawina Muhammad Nawawi, Heritage Studies 2021 Course Coordinator, Brother Muhammad Lokman Ahmad Kashfi, Heritage Studies Student Leader, distinguished guests, academic tutors, Masjid Madrasah Committee of Masjid Lama Jamiul Ihsan, Ustaz Muhammad Nazri bin Taib, Masjid Lama Batu 6, Ustaz Muhammad Hanifah bin Ramli, Masjid Sungai Chinchin, Dr. Muhammad Zaidi bin Abdul Rahman, individuals, parents, alumni, and sponsors. And most importantly, the remarkable graduating students of Bachelor of Science in Architecture study of 2021. On behalf of IIUM, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And welcome to IIUM, the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. To begin with, I would like to congratulate the Kuliah of Architecture Environment Design, KAID, and the Departments of Architecture for conducting the annual Heritage Studies exhibition despite this trying time. It should be mentioned that the work process of this event is executed online due to COVID-19 pandemic. And for that reason, again, a round of applause to the graduating students in Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies program for sheer preservation. The theme for this year exhibition, Paksin, Prelude to Islamic Architecture, Knowledge and Spiritual Inheritance. The students are to showcase their research analysis and interpretations of physical elements of the selected forgotten Islamic treasures of Nusantara Sumatran architecture, hidden and oblivious within the Gombak River Valley, including Setapak, to mark their 21st Architecture Heritage Studies virtual exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, parents and beloved students, IIUM on Architecture, Heritage and Sustainability. It is universal knowledge that architecture is part of the arts and the science of human knowledge and intuitive skills to create. Architecture embraces the human sciences of environmental, physical, psychological, anthropology, sociology, the spiritual elements that crave for inner happiness, the cause and effect of the sciences, as well as a natural affinity for something of proportions and scale to beauty. Architect as the art of building human environments for man to supplicate Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is timeless. Under the universal law of nature or sunnatullah, architect transcend times and embodied within its envelope build form that manifests accordingly to diverse eras, geographic regions, social cultures, technology, available resources, politics, economics, and other practical needs. However, according to the Muslim Ummah, educating the Muslim Ummah to Muslim worldview on heritage has its obstacles. According to Rahmah Y. Gharib, in his article, Preservations of Heritage, Build Heritage, Islamic Perspective since the age of Orientalism and afterwards colonizations, Muslim society were confused between visions and practical, wholeness and subdivisions, and between constants and variables. In preserving the build heritage, he reiterated that either religious illiteracy or operational downside eventually build multi-layered obstacles, blocking the possibilities of research and diligence, and thus cause intellectual stagnations, having most contemporary Muslim or Islamic scholars stand disoriented between Islamic ideology and the methods of modernists and conservative to revisit the concept of preservation. In another instance, towards coping with modernity or understanding heritage, Muslims tend to mimic the Western ideology and methodologies of conservations without acknowledging the connections of spiritual and philosophical dimension as well as social economic needs. In dismantling this ideology and revisit the needs to preserve heritage from the undergraduate approach of physical measurements and theoretical studies, I am in line with United Nations Sustainability Development Goal 2030 in part in its teaching and learning, quality education that is engraved in SDG 4 to promote lifelong learning, including care for heritage for all. The course AAR 3102, AAR 3204, AAR 3302 Heritage Studies as an educational platform for final year BSc Architecture Study encompass other SDGs such as SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Sub-SDG 11, strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. SDG 3, for health and well-being, and SDG 7, for renewable energy in its learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, in Surah Tawbah, verses 19 to 18, the mosques of Allah are only to be maintained by those who believe in Allah and the last day and establish prayer and give zakah and do not fear except Allah. For it is expected that those will be of the rightly guided. Have you made the providing water for the pilgrim and the maintenance of a Masjid Haram equal to the deeds of one who believes in Allah and the last day and strive in the cause of Allah? They are not equal in the sight of Allah, and Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people. In this course, students were exposed to existing architecture of Islamic merit, the three masjid, to comprehend its existence, its make, who initiate them, and why they were designed as they are. The course ensure the students' understanding with skills to practice empirical research through measuring and surveying the architect where Muslim resides. For this phenomenon year, the historical masjid ranged from 80 to 100 years of age. For the studies were chosen near the home campus Gombak, in form of following masjid: Masjid Lama Jami'ul Ihsan Satapa, Masjid Lama Batu Gombak, Masjid Sungai Chinchin Gombak. The course is introductory course geared for undergraduate architecture to acquire skills in addressing the tangible in the form of measuring and observing historical building. As evidence to the non-tangible in understanding the historic and cultural, including the belief system of the people that shaped the built environment then and to what it is today, including apparent technology, wisdom, and practice theory. The students working as a team and as an individual is expected to learn the skill of surveying and recording period of current existing buildings for conservation works, or able to document buildings and the built environment in various media as portrayed and displayed in the exhibition, but also to acquire knowledge on how the history of Islam had profound impact to the establishments of the physical structures of the early settlement and grew to a city. Convey from me, even if it is one verse, Prophet Muhammad SAW, translate the importance of disseminations of knowledge. Thus, these virtual exhibitions as culminating of students' 2-semester work showcasing their architectural Islamic inheritance. Ladies and gentlemen and beloved students, the exertions by the students we will see today as their graduating effort is astounding in itself. The Department of Architecture, under the auspices of Keynote, design flagships on heritage, should be congratulated for sustaining the course into their 21st year. To the students, it is IIM's intent as amanah to us that you sustain the activities of the course as a jariyah to the Ummah. Again, on behalf of the university, I would like to thank Keynote, the Department of Architecture, the Masjid Committee, the parents, the alumni, the dedicated lecturers, and most of all, the graduating students that drove to make this virtual exhibition a success. May Allah shower upon us His blessing. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby open the 21st Architecture Heritage Studies 2021 exhibition, Part C, to savor the architect eminence of the past for the future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli, for the wonderful speech on the importance of preservation and an Islamic insight of heritage, and thus officiating the 21st Heritage Exhibition of 2021.
Ribuan terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz bin Zulkifli atas ucapan yang disampaikan dan merasmikan pameran kajian warisan seni bina bagi tahun ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 21st Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition has now commenced. For your information, this event will be held for 3 days, starting from the 13th of September until the 15th of September. For this afternoon, we bring you incredible documentary presentations of the 3 masjids, starting at 2 p.m. Following the next day, we have special guest speakers for the 6th annual joint seminar on Islamic architectural heritage, and also exclusive workshops on videography and sketching. On the 3rd and final day, we have an interesting introduction to architectural elements presented to you in virtual reality and augmented reality for you to experience the uniqueness of the masjid's architecture.
Dengan lengkapnya perasmian itu tadi, maka pameran kajian warisan seni bina kali ke-21 kini bermula. Untuk makluman hadirin sekalian, pameran ini akan berlangsung selama 3 hari bermula petang ini dengan agenda persembahan dokumentari bagi ketiga-tiga masjid. Untuk hari yang kedua, akan berlangsung program webinar bersama kumpulan kajian warisan seni bina Islam dengan Jabatan Seni Bina untuk kali yang ke-6 dan juga bengkel videografi dan sketching bersama tetamu-tetamu yang dibawakan khas untuk anda. Bagi hari yang ketiga pula, kita ada jelajah virtual elemen seni bina dalam realiti maya atau lebih famous kita cakap virtual reality yang akan mengetengahkan warisan seni bina bagi ketiga-tiga masjid.
As the saying goes, to every beginning there is an ending. Now we have almost completed this morning's event. Once again, thank you everyone for gracing our opening ceremony with your presence, and we really look forward to seeing you in the upcoming sessions. We hope all of you will enjoy our heritage exhibition throughout the 3-day event.
Kami selaku barisan pengacara majlis ingin memohon maaf sekiranya terdapat kekhilafan sepanjang kami mengendalikan majlis pada pagi ini. Diharapkan para hadirin sekalian mendapat manfaat sepanjang 3 hari pameran ini berlangsung.
Before we end, we would like to call upon Brother Che Hasrul Shafiq to recite a dua to conclude the opening ceremony.
Tetak buluh kajang 10, laksana ditingting kias ibarat, angkat tangan jemari 10, doa di pohon biar selamat. Hadirin hadirat yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, kita tutup majlis pelancaran kita pada pagi ini dengan bacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh saudara Cik Hasrul Syafiq bin Cik Hashim. Tafaddal mashkura. Kami memohon maaf, terdapat sedikit technical issue. Jadi kita teruskan. Sekarang tibalah masanya untuk sesi fotografi. Diharapkan para hadirin bersedia untuk sesi fotografi kita pada pagi ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding with our photography session. For this session, we request everyone to open their webcams and kindly smile at the camera.
Tiga, dua, satu. Terima kasih. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada hadirin sekalian atas kerjasama yang diberikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the opening ceremony session for this exhibition. We will be back this afternoon at 2 p.m. with a lot more heritage exploration. Don't forget to join us to watch the documentaries of our 3 heritage masjids. Feel free to remain in the Zoom platform for the afternoon session. However, you may also rejoin this virtual event with the same link provided. We hope to see you there.
Kita akan bertemu semula pada petang ini dengan pelbagai agenda rungkaian khazanah warisan seni bina yang akan kami sajikan kepada anda. Sekian, jumpa sebentar lagi.
Malam berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-gerinya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam, membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan, membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa, membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. kelam malam berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-gerinya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. malam berkelambu rembulan, sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. malam berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-gerinya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu, sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. membuka rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang, menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus, mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. malam berkelambu karembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat.
Kalau saya cakap sini, dia dengar.
malam berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-gerinya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama, mempelajarinya, membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya, menjernihkan hati
Tes 1 2 3.
yang rentan.
Cek tes 1 2 3.
Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan
Boleh tak boleh? Kes buat kena pegang macam ni. Ya. Kau guna PC aku ke?
Lama kat tepi lah. Aku pun satu dia, lepas habis.
jagat bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam, membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan, membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa, membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat.
Apa? Hello? Mic test. Mic check test 1 2 3. Cubaan suara 1 2 3. Cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test test. Saya Muhammad Hidayat. Cubaan suara 1 2. Cubaan suara 2 3. Suara
tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-gerinya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa. Persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. Malam berkelambu rembulan, sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam, membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan, membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit.
Test 1 2 3.
Okay, your mic is okay.
Good.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Adeline, try test mic.
Hello, 1 2 3.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, testing 1 2 3.
Okay, me. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Zahira nak test mikrofon dia.
Okay.
Hello, testing 1 2 3. Dengar tak?
Dengar tapi gemuk. Sorry.
Sekejap. Hello, dengar tak?
Cuba baca sikit. Apa-apa.
The most prominent feature of Masjid Lama Batu now is the two-tiered pyramidal roof, which is inspired by traditional Nusantara. Dengar.
Okay.
Okay.
Kimi, mute dulu Kimi.
Nanti kau ambil aku kan?
Zahira, time aku unmute.
Hmm?
Lepas tu kau jangan mute balik tau. Sebab nanti aku kena unmute kau balik.
So sekarang ni kau yang akan ambil aku lah kan?
Nanti time tu nanti baru aku unmute.
So sekarang aku kena tekan apa-apa ke?
Sekarang mute je. Ya. Kimi,
Ni,
Ya.
tengok jap kamera. Nak tengok. Okey tak?
Nampak tak?
Dah okey aja. Alright, ngam.
Okay. Okay.
Masyarakat Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam, membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan, membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa, membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. Kelam malam berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan. berkelambu rembulan. Sosok tubuh itu tenang menatap gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat. gugusan bintang. Gerak-geriknya halus mengamati seni pertahanan. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasratnya mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Namun cukupkah dirinya berjuang hanya berbekalkan ilmu dunia? Namun cukupkah dirinya hanya berpaksikan matlamat buta? Lalu sosok tubuh itu lewat di pinggir kali, menyapa fajar, bersaksikan langit timur yang kemerahan, menanti mentari, menatap sungai, mensyukuri rezeki kiriman ilahi. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi tunjang masyarakat. Sungai yang telah lama menjadi saksi penyatuan umat. Airnya yang jernih sehening kaca, arusnya pula tenang, mendamaikan jiwa, persis seperti memegang teguh pada ilmu yang berteraskan agama. Mempelajarinya membawa ketenangan, mengamalkannya menjernihkan hati yang rentan. Metafora yang ditafsir kerap bermain di mindanya. Perjuangan ini adalah perjuangan sejagat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Perjuangan ini perlukan muafakat, bukan hanya dirinya semata. Semakin membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan hasrat yang mendalam. Membara di hatinya untuk meneruskan wadah perjuangan. Membara di hatinya untuk membela nusa serta bangsa. Membekalkan dirinya dengan ilmu dunia, bersulamkan ilmu akhirat, mengerah dirinya berjuang, berpaksikan matlamat umat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, friends, and colleagues. The event will start in 5 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, majlis akan bermula sebentar lagi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our afternoon session. Before we begin with our event today, we have a few announcements for your kind attention. Firstly, participants are advised to remain online throughout the session. Secondly, participants are required to keep their microphone muted at all times when not speaking. Your cooperation is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang dihormati, di sini terdapat beberapa pengumuman. Pertama, para hadirin dinasihatkan untuk terus berada dalam talian sepanjang majlis berlangsung. Kedua, para hadirin diminta untuk mematikan mikrofon anda, ditetapkan dalam keadaan senyap sepanjang majlis. Kerjasama anda amatlah dihargai. Terima kasih.
Welcome back and a very good afternoon to everyone. We hope you all enjoyed the events of our morning program. I am Rahnoma Siddiqa, happy to be back with my co-host Hakimi Imran Hamza for the virtual event of the 21st Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition. For this afternoon's event, we will present to you the documentary video of Masjid Lama Satapa, Masjid Lama Batu Anam, and Masjid Sungai Chinchin, produced by the multimedia team of each group. This documentary will visualize the history, culture, and of course, the heritage value of the masjid's architectural elements.
Saya, Hakimi Imran Hamza, ditemani saudari Rahnoma Siddiqa, di mana kembali kita dalam pameran Kajian Warisan Seni Bina kali ke-21 bagi sesi petang untuk hari yang pertama. Pada petang ini, kita akan saksikan pengenalan video dokumentari bagi ketiga-tiga masjid, iaitu Masjid Lama Satapa, Masjid Lama Batu Anam dan Masjid Sungai Chinchin. Dokumentari ini akan menceritakan sejarah dan budaya masyarakat tempatan beserta keunikan warisan seni bina masjid itu tersendiri. So, Rahnoma, what is so special about this upcoming documentary?
Well, the first documentary we are going to share is presented by the group of Lantera, bringing to you the essence of Kampung Puah and its treasured Masjid Lama Satapa. This evening, we will dive into the history, culture, and architectural significance of Masjid Lama Satapa.
That's fascinating. It's been a while since we watched some good documentaries. I can't wait to watch our first documentary.
Distinguished guests, after each video, we will be conducting a Q&A session for a short while. Any queries can be addressed in the chat box during the session. Feel free to raise the hand icon in the reaction box at the bottom of your screen so we can answer your queries after the video presentation.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sesi soal jawab akan dibuka selepas tayangan video dipamerkan. Tanpa membuang masa lagi, sama-sama kita saksikan video dokumentari Masjid Lama Satapa daripada kumpulan Lantera.
Dima bumi dipijak, disinan langit dijunjung. Dima semua digali, disinan ayah disawak. Dima rantau diuni, disinan adai dipakai.
Masjid Lama Satapa started its construction in 1881 at Kampung Puah. The masjid was originally built from wood with a pyramidal roof together with nailless construction. Its brick and stone architecture has influences of British colonial architecture. Masjid Lama Satapa was one of the oldest masjid in the history of Kuala Lumpur. The masjid was in use until 2005. Unfortunately, the masjid is not in use anymore. Selangor, one of the 14 states of Malaysia, is geographically located on the west coast of Peninsula Malaysia. The name of Selangor is derived from the Selangor River estuary that was important for the growth of early settlements around Kuala Selangor back then. The history of Selangor can be traced back to the 1600s. The significance of that era was the large-scale tin mining due to the abundance of tin deposits. The demographic of people that resided in Selangor during the era were the Bugis, or otherwise known as Raja Lumu. Kuala Lumpur is Malaysia's capital city located in the center of Selangor state. It was once a part of Selangor until it was separated from Selangor in 1896 and later became the capital of Malaysia under the federal government. Kuala Lumpur was centralized at the confluence of Sungai Klang and Sungai Gombak by settlers and Mandalings or miners from Sumatra with their family members and hired workers in the 1800s. Settlements were created, trade centers were established, and basic administration was introduced by one of their leaders named Sultan Maposo, who had been given the title as state heir by the Sultan of Selangor Bugis to serve the rural communities in the areas of both rivers. The original name of Setapak was Batu Anak Tapak and was led by Tok Batin, chief of natives there. The community was trying to change the name to Gonggang but did not get support from the crowd since they already get used with Star Park. Then the name officially changed to Setapak. It covered the area of Kampung Bandar to Gunung Bunga Buah, which is Taman Melawati now, to Bukit Dinding, which is Setiawangsa, straight to Polapol until Pahang roundabout, known to be Kampung Siam. Kampung Puah is one of the oldest villages in Kuala Lumpur and comprises of many other villages such as Kampung Lembah, Kampung Seberang, and Kampung Bahagia. The old community used to make a living by fishing at the Sungai Gombak River for selling and also serving as food on a daily basis. In the 1950s, Sungai Gombak started to be polluted as an effect of industrial waste and mining works. In the early 1940s, animals such as mouse deer, deers, monkeys, and apes usually roam around the villagers' houses. Today, there are no more jalawa and lampang fish, in which only tilapia fish can be found in the river. Masjid Lama Satapa is one of the oldest masjids in Kuala Lumpur. It was originally built using timber with a pyramid-shaped roof in the year 1879 or earlier. In 1900, the masjid was relocated to Lot 2772 behind the main market of Satapa. Later, it was relocated again to the current site in 1920 while still preserving its initial building structure. During the conservation process that has been carried out in the masjid's compound since 2006, lots of old artifacts were found, including a wooden beetle for bedok and tombstone which was believed to be hundreds of years old. The pieces were positively believed to have originated from the Dutch because the pattern and motifs of the porcelain are similar to the Dutch style, as it has been verified by the experts. Based on history, Gombak and Kuala Lumpur were inhabited by Aborigines of Sonoy, Semang, and Jakun ethnicity, and Malays were driven to live in Klang. Kampung Puah is the second oldest Malay village in Klang Valley, and it is located in Setapa, one of the Gombak districts during the time. It got its own name based on one of the Minangkabau tribes, which is Puah tribe, that came from West Sumatra and built their village in Setapa. Klang War, 1867. occurred from a dispute between Malay chiefs, which also included Chinese secret societies for the control of tin-rich districts in Selangor. The dispute lasted for 7 years between the Malay chiefs that polarized them into two parts, which are the lower river and the upper river chief. Among them were Raja Mahdi, who was a dispossessed son of the previous ruler in Klang. He held the town of Klang for 2 years to the approval of the upper river chiefs. Raja Mahmud, son of the Panglima Raja of Selangor, Raja Hitam of Bernam, groups of the Sumatran settlers led by Muhammad Akib and his younger brother Muhammad Tahir. Raja Abdullah's followers included Raja Ismail, who continued the war after Raja Abdullah's death. He and Tengku Kudin also received support from the Sultan of Selangor, and Malays switched sides during the war. Datuk Dagang Muhammad Tahir, who helped Raja Mahdi capture Klang from Raja Abdullah, eventually switched to Tengku Kudin's side. There are many factors that contributed to the mass migration of Malays of Sumatra, Java, and Sulawesi to the Malay Peninsula. Among the reasons include the 18th century's increase and need for gold and tin mining in Selangor, which had attracted many of the people from the Indonesian archipelago to migrate and start a new life in the peninsula. After the Minangkabau people from the West Sumatra came and built their village in Kampung Puah Setapa, all West Sumatran migrants of various ethnicities that came into Setapa and Gombak were grouped together and were documented as part of the Malay race by the British colonies for the purpose of administrative ease during their colonization. The West Sumatran migrants that consisted of Kajal, Batubara, Tembusai, and Orang Kuantan ethnicities lived in Setapa and were separated into villages based on the ethnic groups. The masjid construction process began before 1881 and ended within a year's time. The masjid was constructed at Kampung Puah, which is Kampung Puah Kubunau, by the villagers led by Datuk Sati, who was the penghulu that controlled the Gombak and Setapa district. The masjid was built with the capacity of fitting 50 people. The materials that were used for the masjid at that time were timber columns, bamboo walls, and rambia roof that is influenced by the Nusantara architecture. The masjid was originally built with a wooden pyramidal roof together with nailless construction to ease the moving of the masjid from one place to another. The masjid had only 6 stairs at a time. The design of the masjid is like the current design but in a smaller size.
Perbezaan masjid tersebut diketuai oleh seorang penghulu bernama Penghulu Datuk Sati. Jadi dengan menggunakan bahan-bahan pokok-pokok yang ada di sekitar tapak, mereka telah menebang dan mendirikan masjid itu dengan reka bentuk apa yang kita lihat masjid lama itulah. Itulah reka bentuk dia.
The masjid was first relocated at a site near Sekolah Kebangsaan Setapa, which is Lot 2772. The materials that were used after the relocation process are different from the first one, with timber for wall and floor and zinc for the roof. SK Setapa was constructed after the relocation of the masjid, and it was the first Malay school of Kuala Lumpur. The masjid was relocated for the second time at Lot 346 and 347 due to the tin mining issues at the former site, which is Lot 2772. The materials that were used are different this time, as well with timber for the whole building, but it was decided to keep the original shape and the style of the roof known as Bumbung Meru. Due to the World War II, the masjid did not receive enough attention from the British colonies, causing the construction works to be stalled and the process of replacing the masjid's materials to be deemed incomplete. The construction and the structure of the masjid was changed to brick and concrete since it is stronger and sturdier compared to timber. Meanwhile, the roof remains with its original form and materials. The Malay community protesting against the Malayan Union held a meeting in the Setapa Mosque. Datuk Empat Muhammad Said's residence, who led the meeting, is located opposite to the masjid. In the year 1948, the Malayan Union was dissolved. The community, led by a new penghulu, were determined to refurbish the masjid. They, however, did not receive enough funds to fully refurbish the masjid, so they only fixed issues that were in critical condition. A renovation process was held to enlarge the masjid due to the increasing capacity of Jemaah every year. The renovation was approved by Datuk Harun Idris and Datuk Kamaruddin Idris that they had contacted to generate the funds needed for the renovation. The cost to renovate the masjid and prayer area is mostly sponsored by the Selangor state government and also from the public. The masjid was officially opened by Datuk Haji Harun Idris, which is Menteri Besar Selangor at that time, and changed its name to Masjid Jamiul Ihsan in December 1971. A renovation to enlarge the masjid was held in the same year to increase the capacity of the Jemaah. In the year 1977, an earthquake caused by a volcanic eruption in Sumatra caused the masjid's floor to be misaligned and cracks occurred in the walls and also the floors. At the same time, the area was experiencing heavy rains that led to flooding. The masjid authorities asked the higher authorities to solve the flooding issues, which then causing them to create drains in Sungai Gombak. The drain did not solve any of the flooding issues, and the masjid had to change its carpet 6 times a year. Sri Paduka Baginda Tuanku Jaafar visited the masjid, and the masjid authorities reported and highlighted the unsolved issues of the masjid. But the problem ended unsolved because it was decided that the masjid should be moved, and this encouraged people to apply for the construction of a new masjid. However, the first application for construction was a failure. Masjid Jamiul Ihsan, which is the old masjid, was used until September 2005. A new masjid was built in 2003 and completed in 2005 and is still in use until today. The new Masjid Jamiul Ihsan sits beside the old one. The new masjid was built with the concept of Middle Eastern and modern design, where there is a minaret built outside the masjid building and a large dome that stands beautifully at the top of the building. The concept is clearly visible on the dome and the roof of the masjid. In the year 2006, conservation works were done on the old masjid by the Department of National Heritage, also known as Jabatan Warisan. However, the lack of data from old documents made tracing of history and chronological development of the masjid quite challenging. Consequently, the information of Masjid Jamiul Ihsan was unearthed and obtained through interviews conducted with the local community and previous members of the masjid organization. Other than that, further research had been done by visiting agencies that may have information on the masjid under study. Masjid Jamiul Ihsan Satapa, the oldest masjid, was officially registered under Kementerian Warisan and Kebudayaan, as the masjid is a witness to the changes that have taken place and is a sign of different cultures in the region. The spatial arrangement process impacted the layout of Masjid Jamiul Ihsan over time. The masjid's spaces were examined and classified based on their functional zoning. It is explored in terms of proportion, size, balance, and symmetry in connection to architectural concepts. The main prayer hall, mihrab, and foyer were the interior facilities of the masjid in 1933. The growing number of Jemaah was a driving factor in the restoration of the masjid in 1971, which featured new facilities such as a female prayer hall, spillover, imam's chamber, restrooms, storage areas, and ablution area built into the main building structure. Nonetheless, the addition was removed in order to maintain its uniqueness for conservation purposes. The existing masjid sites division includes the construction compound. Between 1933 and 2021, the spatial organization was split into two groups based on spatial function and accessibility. Since the underground construction of Masjid Lama Satapa could not be examined, therefore, the foundation system of the masjid is determined based on the research and studies regarding the soil condition as well as the current building condition of the masjid. Strip footing is seen as the best foundation system suited to be used by Masjid Lama Satapa. It can be made of rocks, blocks of concrete, sand cement, or stabilized earth. As Masjid Jamil Ihsan is influenced by colonial architecture, the classical type of column, which is Tuscan order, can be seen as one of the structural members of the masjid. All the columns were built with square column pedestals that are designed to carry loads from the columns to the underground footing. The original masjid was constructed using timber columns before it underwent a full renovation of its materials into brick in 1933. The building had undergone changes in regards to its floor materials from timber floor as it was originally constructed. The current flooring of Masjid Jamil Ihsan is concrete flooring with another layer of screed laid over the concrete as finishes, which is fully used in the interior part of the masjid. Masjid Jamil Ihsan has the whole flooring level of interior space that consists of main prayer hall, mihrab and foyer approximately 700 mm higher than the ground level. The earliest wall system of Masjid Jamil Ihsan evolved from bamboo wall in the 1880s to timber wall in 1911 when it was relocated for the first time. The current wall of the masjid is a non-load bearing wall, which is filled with arches, doors and windows. The masjid used brick masonry with the thickness of 260 mm, including plaster and paint finishes on both interior and exterior sides. Masjid Jamil Ihsan portrays its uniqueness of design through the pyramidal roof structure that was influenced by Nusantara architecture. The roof style, also called Bumbung Meru, is a two-tiered pyramidal roof that helps in terms of thermal insulation and ventilation through the gap in between the two roofs. Along the perimeter of the roof, a series of decorative crenellations were identified that features the influence of Mughal style that was brought by the British. As for the upper layer, fascia boards were built along the roof each with a complex design. The material of the roof finishes was once changed into zinc roof in 1911, replacing the original Ramba roof. It is believed that the roof was replaced again using asbestos sheets before it was changed into terracotta tiles due to the conservation works done to the masjid. There are two types of doors used in Masjid Jamil Ihsan, which are categorized into the main door and secondary door. When the masjid was first built, the wall was filled with open arches with no secondary doors and thus created an open layout. The secondary doors were added after the renovation process took place. The main door is made up of timber sliding door of 2 panels and is using result frame with blue paint coating, while the secondary doors were built to fill in the arches. They are timber panel doors which using result frame with blue paint coating as framing. Masjid Jamil Ihsan has 2 types of windows installed with the intention to aid in terms of ventilation, views, and lighting while maintaining security of the masjid. Different sizes of windows were chosen to fit a certain space with a certain function of the masjid. The main window is a rectangular glass window in result frame with blue paint coating. The main window is located above the main door, while the secondary windows are stained glass fixed panes in result frame with blue paint coating located above the secondary doors. Masjid Jamil Esad has arches installed on the circumference of the masjid and the main prayer hall as well. Nonetheless, the arches were not in common style of vernacular architecture and were believed to belong to Mughal architecture, where this architectural style was brought by the British and has been adapted to reflect the Islamic characteristics in Tanah Melayu. Each of the features in Masjid Jamil Esad varies in terms of the motifs and materials used. They portray their own specialties and uniqueness in regards to the historical background and the design process to appear as captivating elements. Those features include wall decorations, crenellations, mimbar, stained glass, and the cupolas.
Yang masih ada di tapak ni. Itulah sebabnya saya menumpukan perhatian sangat pada masjid ni kerana ada kaitan dengan orang-orang Melayu yang ada di sini ni. Sekarang ni orang-orang Melayu kita dah banyak yang keluar dari setapak. Jadi kami anggap masjid itu sebagai simbol. Inilah orang-orang Melayu yang pernah tinggal di setapak dan sekarang tak tinggal di setapak.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible documentary presentation by the group of Lantera. They have truly taken us through a journey of discovery and illustrated the richness and history of Masjid Lama Satapa and its community. Moving right along, we will go ahead and take some time for your questions now. Just a reminder, please be sure to type your questions into the question box in your control panel. If you would like to voice a question, do raise the hand icon in the reaction box below. Below your screen so we can address you. Due to time constraints, we will only be open to 3 questions.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sesi soal jawab kini dibuka. Jika anda mempunyai sebarang soalan, tuliskan soalan anda di chat box di bawah atau tekan butang raise hand yang boleh diakses daripada reaction box untuk bercakap dengan para ahli kumpulan Lantera. Oleh kerana kekangan masa, kami akan hanya membuka ruangan untuk 3 soalan sahaja.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for the questions to be asked, I would like to invite the representatives of Lantera, Brother Taqiyuddin Anwar, Sister Izzatul Athira, and Brother Muhammad Bagdash to assist with your inquiries.
Majlis mempersilakan Wakil Ahli Kumpulan Lantera iaitu Saudara Taqiyuddin Anwar, Izzatul Atira dan Muhammad Bagdash untuk menjawab pertanyaan anda. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan. So, the first questions for Masjid Lama Satapa will be from Latin Sri Architect Dr. Nowina Muhammad Nawawi. Explain on the mining activities to the masjid, if there are any. I'm sure Mr. Taqiyuddin would love to answer these questions.
I think for this question is better for Sister Izzatul Atira to answer the questions.
Firstly, thank you for the question. Thank you for the question, Datin. So, regarding the mining activities near the masjid, as we all know, the masjid was relocated a few times, and once in 1920. One of the reason this masjid was relocated was due to the mining issue near the Masjid Lama Satapa, which forced the masjid to undergo another relocation after the first relocation in 1911. Other than that, there were mining activities before near SK Satapa. SK Satapa is located very near to Masjid Lama Satapa, and it was located right next to the right next to the former location of Masjid Lama Satapa, where it was relocated for the second time.
Thank you, Sister Izzatul Atira. Next, we have a question from Sister Nurul Aini Ramli. What is the authority plan for the old mosque? Do they have plan to beautify or restore it, or just to leave it deteriorate like that?
Thank you for the question, Sister Nur Aini. Shall I pass the floor to Brother Taqiyuddin?
Okay, sure.
Thank you to MCs and Sister Izzatul. So for these questions, actually this mosque is under the Jawatan Barisan in Sungai. So the authority take over this take over this masjid in for this conservation. So for what I would like to say is just that the mosque is just live like that, but it's also is under full responsibility of the authority of Jabatan Warisan. I hope that's answer your questions.
Thank you, Brother Taqiyuddin, for the answer. So is there any more question coming from our guests for today? Now we have a question again from Datin Sri Architect Dr. Nowina Muhammad Nawawi. Where is the Korea for the present masjid?
It seems like we are running out of time for this question and answer session. We have reached the end for this session. If there are any other inquiries that we have not been able to answer, please feel free to visit our website at www.ium-arch-heritagestudies.com.
Terima kasih kepada Wakil Kumpulan Lantera. Sesi soal jawab kini ditutup. Jika anda mempunyai sebarang soalan, anda boleh melayari ke laman web kami di www.ium-arch-heritagestudies.com.
Thank you, panel. Before we proceed with the next video presentation, let's take a break and look at the tentative posters of the events of the upcoming days.
Mari kita tinjau apa program-program yang menarik yang akan berlangsung sempena 3 hari pameran kajian warisan seni bina kali ke-21.
Day 1, which is today, the 13th of September, is our opening day and the launching of the 21st Architectural Heritage Exhibition with multimedia presentations uncovering the history of the three masjids.
Pada hari yang pertama, iaitu pada hari ini, 13 September 2021 merupakan hari pembukaan dan pembentangan multimedia yang mengungkap sejarah ketiga-tiga masjid tersebut.
Day 2 on the 14th of September 2021 brings to you workshops where you can get exposure to photography, videography, and sketching skills with our joint webinar series and workshops.
Seterusnya, hari kedua yang bakal berlangsung pada 14 September 2021 akan memfokus kepada bengkel webinar di mana anda dapat mendedahkan diri anda kepada fotografi dan kemahiran melukis melalui siri bengkel dan juga webinar iSearch.
And lastly, on day 3, the 15th of September, you can immerse yourself with the masjid's architectural elements with our virtual reality exhibition.
Dan akhir sekali, pada hari ketiga yang bakal berlangsung pada 15 September 2021, para hadirin berpeluang untuk menerokai elemen seni bina masjid melalui pameran realiti maya dan seterusnya majlis penutupan.
Before I proceed, I noticed that there are other questions by the viewers. The group of Lantera would like to announce that they will answer these questions in the chat box. Moving on, we now present to you the documentary of Masjid Lama Batu Anam. This masjid is brought to you by the team of Karya. Let's see what historical chronicles lie behind Masjid Lama Batu Anam, its dedicated community, and its architectural treasures.
Seterusnya, kita teruskan dengan video dokumentari Masjid Lama Batu Anam. Dokumentari ini dibawakan khas oleh kumpulan Karya. Masjid Lama Batu Anam ini didirikan oleh komuniti yang berdedikasi yang menghargai kesenian seni bina masjid. Sama-sama kita saksikan.
Ka bumi indah tak cacah, ka langit tak mungkin sampai. Kalau karam di rawang bancah, tanah tapi indah tak capai.
Batu Anam, Gombak, is a town in Selangor's eastern region. It is located along the river of Gombak and primarily populated by Minangkabau people from various West Sumatra tribes. The spiritual heritage of the area was born early this century. Since then, it continued to spiritually prosper and thrive to become a unifying point of the community known as Masjid Lama Batu Anam, Gombak. Selangor, one of Malaysia's 14 states, is located in the peninsular Malaysia's west coast and spans an area of 8,000 square kilometers. Selangor is bordered on the north by Perak, on the east by Pahang and Negeri Sembilan, and on the west by the Straits of Malacca. Selangor is divided into 9 districts, namely Sabak Bernam, Hulu Selangor, Kuala Selangor, Gombak, Klang, Petaling, Hulu Langat, Kuala Langat, and Sepang. Selangor's history and economic development have been closely linked with 2 rivers, the Klang River and the Langat River. Gombak is located in the eastern part of the districts of Selangor, Darul Ehsan, Malaysia. Many settlements in this region were established by the Minangkabau immigrants with the free consent of Sultan Selangor up until 1974. Gombak district covers approximately 65,000 hectares of land. In comparison to the other districts in Selangor, it is considered the 3rd smallest district. The ruggedy hills and picturesque greenery dominate the contour and terrain of this district, particularly in the east, north, and west. The center region used to be composed of low-lying jungle areas and bukits, cleared for growing crops and fruit farms in the past. The dominant rivers in the area are the Gombak River, the Klang River, and the Batu River. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, many villages have emerged over the years, starting from the Gombak River up to the Klang River, including the kampongs in Batu Anam. These villages were set up by the appointed village head called a penghulu, who got the land title and funding from chiefs such as the pioneering Sultan Puasa, who helped establish many Minang and Mandailing settlements along the Gombak River. A penghulu would first lead the jungle clearing of their new home with the efforts of gotong royong, followed by the construction of important spaces such as suraus and homes. The Minang communities were tight-knit and formed village units based on origin or cultural groups. Hence, there are multiple villages within Batu Anam and each have their own masjids and community halls. These new villages were addressed with the milestones, Batu, of Gombak Road. In order to understand the depth of the culture, traditions, and architecture of the Minang community in Gombak, let's take a look back to one of the biggest waves of migrations that originated from West Sumatra. Sumatra lies in Southeast Asian territories and is the 2nd largest island in the Malay archipelago. In fact, the central and west regions of Sumatra are home to numerous Minangkabau tribes upholding the customs and traditions that are deep-rooted within their societies. Islam had reached Sumatra by Arab traders and was first embraced by the Acehnese in northern Sumatra. Most of the Minangkabau clans had converted to Islam by the influence of the Acehnese. Many clans also converted after the Padri Wars between reformist Muslim pilgrims and traditional Minang chiefs aided by the Dutch. Seeking refuge in Tanah Melayu, Sumatran migrants brought Islam along to their settlements in masses. It was a core part of their identity and pride. Merantau, or wandering, is an essential part of the Minangkabau culture, as it represents their passion for finding new discoveries, gaining knowledge, and sharing views and beliefs. During the prime era of the free trade in the 15th century AD, many of these clans uprooted from their homelands and migrated to Tanah Melayu. Settlements were established in the upper districts of the Klang River, including Gombak.
Yang ramai penduduk di sini orang Minang, lebih sebab 3. Jadi puak-puak kami semua ramai di sebab 3. Sini orang ramai orang Minang. Gombak ni kepada sebab 3 kan takluk orang ramai.
The settlement of Batu Anam is located in the Gombak district. Majority of Batu Anam's population is made up of West Sumatra's Minangkabau people, particularly from the suku of Bonjol and Talu. Around 1913, Batu Anam was opened by Datuk Haji Muhammad Rashad, commonly known as Datuk Kuning. He is the youngest son of Datuk Sri Maharaja, a West Sumatran ruler from the Piliang tribe of Minangkabau. The original settlers of Batu Anam were invested in agriculture. Two prominent villages of Batu Anam are Kampung Changkat and Kampung Kerdas. Kampung Changkat used to be a hilly orchard full of fruit trees such as mangosteen, durian, and banana bushes. Kampung Kerdas, on the other hand, used to be a low-lying paddy field. Agriculture was the dominant activity of the community, and mining and merchandising was common too. Moreover, various river activities were common, such as fishing, swimming, water rafting, and many more. In comparison, the Gombak River used to be larger and cleaner before the development of roads and housing. Because the river was so significant to the community, the residents erected a masjid close to it as soon as they established the settlement. Masjid Lama Batu Anam was built to serve the fundamental purpose of prayer and also served as the focal point for communal activities, meetings, tahfiz, madrasa, preparing janazah, and many more. It was truly the core of the community. The architectural style of the masjid is classified as traditional vernacular Nusantara architecture with Javanese Minang influence. These traditional masjids had typical square-based plans, multiple tiered roof, and an integral system of timber pillars and beams. The masjid went through numerous changes over the years, and despite it being built by the hands of the locals, it withstood the test of time and still is of great importance in Batu Anam. Sometime in the 1920s, the masjid was known as Masjid Batu Anam. According to the current caretaker of the masjid, Encik Malik Sohod, the initial location of the masjid was adjacent to the Gombak River, where the current Dewan Orang Ramai Kampung Kerdas was built.
Yang tanah ni wakaf daripada sepupu datuk kami lah, moyang 3 peringkat daripada Haji Ahmad ni kan, moyang kami tanah ni je lah. Sebelum ni masjid ni di bawah tapak di tepi Sungai Gombak tu.
The timber chengal was used for the suku guru columns and post and beam structural elements. The original masjid had a 2-tiered atap roof with timber structural elements that have been reused in the new masjid. The old roofing material might have been shingles made of nipa palm leaves, commonly called atap, as most of the dwellings made by migrant Sumatran communities had thatched palm roofs on papan houses. The walls of the original masjid were made of matted bamboo and were built on the ground. Some believe that the chengal columns were brought from Sumatra, while others believe that the material was locally sourced but built with Sumatran craftsmanship. Because of the flooding of the Gombak River, the locals decided to find an alternate location for the masjid. The local community assisted in the masjid's relocation on a Waqf property supplied by Ahmed bin Ali, who was the great-great-grandfather of Encik Malik Sohod, on lot 3347 adjacent to Jalan Gombak. This newly constructed masjid maintained 4 of the original chengal pillars and the timber roof construction.
Okey, kalau kita lihat sekarang, duduk dalam ni kalau tengok macam tak ada dah bangunan yang bangunan lama kan. Yang masih kekal lah struktur yang masih kekal. Kalau tengok tiang ni memang tiang kayu ni, lepas tu dengan bumbung. Bumbung tu memang kekal. Bumbung kita tak ubah apa-apa, cuma yang extension bumbung tu pakai kan metal decking kan. Itu barulah. Tapi yang asal tile kan, roofing tile tu. Itu memang asal, memang tak ubah, tak usik apa-apa tu.
The new additions to the masjid had brick walls up to waist height and then paneled with vertical wooden pieces. The tops of the walls had wire mesh fenestrations that allowed for open ventilation. The masjid had 2 double-leaf wooden windows on each wall and 3 entrances into the prayer hall. The water was sourced from a stone well behind the masjid, and there was an ablution well called Kula. There was no sign of a minaret with this structure, only a traditional wooden drum called the Badu, which was used to signify the time for prayer. There were no additional ornaments recorded during the time. The two-tier pyramidal roof is the most remarkable element of Masjid Lama Batu Anam. The fundamental structural element of the tiered roof are the four center columns that support the uppermost roof layer, called the brunjung. These four pillars, known as suku guru, are arranged 2 by 2 in the main prayer hall. At the peak of the roof, a white cement mix mustoko is placed as a design element to further signify the masjid roof. The mustoko is used symbolically on top of a roof to signify knowledge or learnedness. The terracotta tiles on the roof were from the original components from 1931. The roof is adorned with a wooden fascia board with simple geometric repetitions. Although there were no distinct surambi, the masjid building was surrounded by an apron. The surrounding scenery was a vast paddy field with many scattered rumah papan amidst the greenery. Furthermore, a freshwater stream trickled down the right side of the masjid. The first major renovations occurred in the 1960s. During this time, the original walls were maintained. However, an outskirt of 3 centered brick arches were constructed, creating corridors right outside the main prayer hall. Furthermore, a concrete gutter was added to the roof of the masjid, which still remains to this day. The main prayer hall was also extended on the right side of the mihrab, with a metal sheet roof extending from the original clay tile roof. The qala is presumed to have been made of concrete, 4 feet wide and 8 feet long. The reopening of the masjid was initiated by the former Menteri Besar Selangor, Yang Amat Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Haji Muhammad bin Haji Muhammad Taib in 1961. Additional features include new asbestos ceiling, installation of wooden fans from India, and a female prayer space separated by curtains. Many things in the neighborhood changed soon after. The paddy field and the orchards that had been conspicuous in Batu Anam, Gombak, had vanished. Wet rice cultivation was discontinued due to the economic factors and the fast growth of residential and commercial buildings. The last memory of the paddy field was seen in the early to mid-1970s. There was also a kafa school that taught Fardu Ain lessons to the community kids. This was a timber structure on the right side of the masjid.
Kalau kita menghadap ke kiblat, sebelah kanan tu, situ ada kolah. Kolah untuk ambil wuduk dan beduk, panggil beduk beduk tu memang ada dulu. Lepas tu ada satu bangsal, nak kata bangsal lah, dia tempat ustaz mengajar kanak-kanak mengaji Quran. Kalau tengok sini dekat tangga sekolah kafah kan tu, itu bahagian tu lah dulu memang ada satu nak kata apa, bukan bangunan lah, macam A-shape punya bumbung tu, tapi ada dinding lah. Situlah dulu ada ustaz 2 orang mengajar kanak-kanak di situ.
In the 1980s, construction of residential houses known as Rumah Batu began to be developed in Batu Anam. As new people came into the expanding areas, many of the old settlements vanished. Jalan Gombak's expansion to a 4-lane road began slowly and continued until the early 2000s. In 1984, a shocking event took place for the masjid's community. The Jabatan Agama Islam Selangor converted the masjid to a surau, which was one of the most significant changes to the masjid. This move was reportedly intended to attract people to visit the recently opened Masjid Ash-Shakirin at Batu Lima. Despite the fact that the local community was upset, the masjid remained as a surau for about 25 years, until it was reinstated back to a masjid on the 19th of January 2009, upon an appeal made by Datuk Hassan Ali, the Wakil Rakyat of Gombak Setia. In the early 1990s, many of the original timber buildings around the masjid were demolished. The stone well was also removed along with the kafa school. The qala was relocated towards the left veranda of the masjid, where it still stands today. The qala remodeling was a waqf by Haji Mukarram. There was also the addition of washrooms built for both men and women. This was done so that the new kafa school, Sekolah Kafa Integrasi Masjid Lama Batu Anam Gombak, could be built on the vacant lot between the masjid and the stream. It was built of concrete and had an open assembly area on the ground floor with all the classrooms on the first floor. There were no major renovations in the early 2000s. However, after 2008, some refurbishments were done in Masjid Lama Batu Anam. During this time, metal sheets were used to extend the original roof over the outdoor passageways. The masjid added an adhan room and a storage room on the left side of the mihrab. The original interior walls of the masjid's prayer hall were removed. Suspended fluorescent lighting was installed, along with ceiling and wall-mounted fans. The arched walls on the outer corridor became the exterior wall, and the corridors became additional prayer space. The facade in the roof of the masjid could still be seen from Jalan Gombak. In 2011, the second refurbishment was completed. The masjid was primarily renovated for aesthetic reasons, with new paint and other improvements. The main entrance was also relocated to the masjid's left side, near the Qala, and the front wall of the main prayer hall was decorated extensively with ceramic tiles. More ornate light windows were fixed into the building and air conditioning was finally installed. Other masjid facilities, such as a funeral room, bilik janaza, and an office meeting room, were built during this time. The hall to the right of the mihrab, which serves both as an additional prayer room and a meeting place, was also renovated as part of the prayer hall. To highlight the main entrance, a tiny silver dome was put above the entry roof expansion. Sometime around 2014, the right side of the masjid was joined with the hall of the Kafa school, creating a gathering spot or an additional prayer space. In 2017, the last major renovation was completed, which included the construction of a first level above the former masjid entrance. Every Friday prayer, it was noted that they would periodically close one lane of Jalan Gombak's major road to accommodate the large congregation outside the masjid. This higher floor was built to accommodate more worshippers, especially during Eid and Friday prayers. The first level is also utilized as a female prayer hall. Doors from the first floor prayer space lead to the original rooftop of the masjid. Moreover, the asbestos ceiling has been replaced with plaster ceiling with recessed lighting. Masjid Lama Batu Anam's architecture reflects the importance of Islam and growth of society in the early years of Selangor, when the Sumatran people migrated to Tanah Melayu. The founder and the pioneering community of the area built the masjid with the style of traditional vernacular Nusantara architecture with Javanese Minang influence, which still stands strongly today. Despite the masjid's age and the various developments around the masjid, the significant adaptation of materials has made impressive architecture. The masjid's design has evolved considerably, from having a simple square-shaped design with simple functions to more extended layouts for the community and the development of the surrounding environment. This demonstrates the flexibility of a masjid to serve social and economic needs, as can be seen by the renovations of Masjid Lama Batu Anam, Gombak. The current state of Masjid Lama Batu Anam does not reflect its original form during the year 1931. However, the pillars and the roof structure have been preserved and are vital to the original masjid's stability and authenticity. Due to the masjid's spatial arrangement and location, multiple extensions could be made throughout the years. To summarize, the roles of this building has been well defined throughout history as a place of prayer, religious education, and other activities in the early years. Later on, the building continued to bring the community together for various purposes, demonstrating the ability of a masjid to accommodate the change in social and economic necessities in modern times and remain sustainable and evergreen.
Hukum adiang menahan bandiang, bungka gano menahan uji mangko. Tak ada hukum barundiang, adat jo jarak tak sama dikaji.
Wow, that was very enriching in history. What a great job by the team of Karya.
Ranama, Why do you sound so excited? Is there anything else we need to know?
You see, as a member of Karya myself, we are thrilled to finally share our research documentary on Masjid Lama Batu Anam.
Well, let's wait until you see Masjid Sungai Chinchin. I'm sure the viewers will be amazed.
Before we get carried away, let's go ahead and take some time for questions on Masjid Lama Batu Anam now. Once again, please be sure to type your questions into the question box in your control panel. Click the raise hand icon in the reaction box if you would like to raise a question, and we will address you with the remaining time in the artist with your inquiries.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sesi soal jawab kini dibuka. Jika anda mempunyai sebarang soalan, tuliskan soalan anda di chat box di bawah atau tekan butang raise hand yang boleh diakses daripada action box untuk bercakap dengan para ahli kumpulan karya. Oleh kerana kekangan masa, kami hanya membuka ruangan untuk 3 soalan sahaja. Nampaknya kita sudah ada beberapa soalan. Majlis mempersilakan wakil ahli kumpulan karya iaitu saudara Arif Haizir, saudari Nur Zahira dan Nur Farah Adlin untuk menjawab pertanyaan anda. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
It looks like we already have a few questions. Let's see. The first question comes from Maisha Mahbub. The question she asks, what are some elements to consider when you are doing research or writing a report on heritage studies? Can we have the report leader, Nur Farah Adlin, to answer this question?
Yes, thank you, Sister Roma. I'm Farah Adlin. I'm from the research team member from Group Karya. So the question is, what are some elements to consider when you are doing research on writing a report on heritage studies? So for this question, firstly, I think the authenticity is a priority for us because we need always finding the eligible sources, institute, or even historian. So, but for individual opinion, we look for a repetitive pattern so we can derive to a conclusion. But another important element is to understand the building significant to the community and its location. The place where something is built is the first clue to its heritage identity. But for report team, specifically, we need to remember that we are only conveying our finding based on our research. So it might be extensive, but not always conclusive when it entails stories and legend of the past. I hope I answer your question, Sister Maisha Mahbub.
Thank you, Sister Farah Adlin. That was actually quite extensive. Next, let's take a question from Ariana Patricia. Her question is, as you were recording videos and taking pictures around Batu Anam, tell us a little bit about the community of Batu Anam in a few words. Can we have Brother Arif Haizer to take this question?
Thank you, our MC for today, Brother Hakim Hamzah and Rahnama. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Arif Haizer, and I am the multimedia members of Karya. For the question from the Ariana Patricia, as we linger around Batu Nam Gombak to take the scenery and footage of the beautiful town of Batu Nam, the community of Batu Nam Gombak really treat us well and so friendly. From our observation, the majority of the community of Batu Nam are close-knit community and have lots of neighborhood activities. They answer to our questions, smile to our cameras, and also assist to our difficulties. They help us throughout the 1 week fieldwork there and give good information that is sufficient for our studies. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the community members of Batu Enam for your help. That's all.
Thank you, Brother Arif Haizar. Moving on to the next question, we'll take a question from Marisa Kamal. The question is, what is the prominent feature of Masjid Lama Batu Enam? Can we have Sister Nur Zahira to answer this question?
Thank you, MCs. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, my name is Nur Zahira, and I'm technical member of Karem. So, for the question, the prominent feature of Masjid Lama Batu Enam. Even though the Masjid Batu Lama Enam have done many major renovation, the two-tiered pyramidal roof, which is the two-tiered pyramidal roof, still become the most prominent feature of the Masjid Batu Enam. And also, the two-tiered pyramidal roof, which is inspired by traditional Nusantara vernacular architecture, particularly of Javanese Sumatran influence. And also, this multiple-tiered pyramidal roof is called Tajuk in Javanese. And also, the roof layers protects the main prayer hall square layout, which is why this has become the most prominent feature of Masjid Lama Batu Enam. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Zahira. Next question will be from Rizal Rushdi Hamka. The question is, what's considered heritage in your heritage studies? Is it 20 years, 50 years? Can we have, Sister Adlin?
Again, I'm Faradlin from the research team member. So the question from Sir Rizal Rushdi Hamka, what's considered heritage in your heritage studies? Is it like 20 years, 50 years? Okay, before I'll tell you how many long to take this heritage to be a heritage building, I want to tell you that heritage is actually something that we inherit from the past. It comes with a legacy of rich history, and it tells us about the lifestyle and even the culture of the people who built it. But according to our cost, specifically for our cost, heritage buildings are ideally over a century old, which is like 100 years old. But however, due to the restrictions of the pandemic, we had to find a suitable heritage building of close proximity, which allowed us to be flexible with our building log date. Well, the current Masjid Lama Batu Enam was built like 90 years ago. I hope I answered the question for Rizal Rushdi again.
Thank you, Sister Adlin. Since we have a lot of questions, let us entertain one more from our beloved Dr. Aida Kasuma Azmin. Our doctor asks, Salam, do the local people, at least, still understand the meanings behind the design of the masjid? Maybe Sister can talk about, the question is, do the local people still understand the meanings behind the design of the masjid, predominantly that the masjid is Nusantara?
Well, based on our interviews we had during our heritage studies, I believe that most of the community that still know that this building is actually prominent to them, because they already know that the Soko Guru, they always talk about the Soko Guru, and they always talk about the two-tiered roof that come back then before 1931. And I think they know, understand behind the design of the masjid. They know that it comes from Indonesia, Sumatra, I believe like that. And yes, I think the local actually understand the meaning behind the design of masjid, the Soko Guru, the two-tiered roof.
Okay, thank you, Sister Farah Adlin. I think we have come to an end in our Q&A session. Thank you, our panels, for diligently enlightening the viewers with their inquiries. It looks like we've covered all the questions. However, if there are any more inquiries, please feel free to visit our website at www.ium-arch-heritagestudies.com.
Terima kasih kepada Wakil Ahli Kumpulan Karya. Jika anda mempunyai sebarang soalan lagi, anda boleh melayari ke laman web kami di www.ium-arch-heritagestudies.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break and look at the fieldwork pictures that we did in last semester. Sorry. That was an incredible review on the site visit and fieldwork done by the batch of Paksi that we managed by the grace of Allah during times of pandemic. Next, we will move on to the documentary of Masjid Sungai Chinchin, presented to you by the group of Rekayasa. Masjid Sungai Chinchin has a very educational background and strong Islamic community influence and is a historic gem built at the confluence of two rivers.
Selanjutnya, kita akan beralih ke dokumentari Masjid Sungai Chinchin yang dibawakan khas kepada anda oleh kumpulan Rekayasa. Masjid Sungai Chinchin memiliki latar belakang pendidikan, pengaruh Islam yang sungguh kuat yang merupakan permata yang dibina di antara pertemuan antara dua sungai. Sama-sama kita saksikan.
Kampung Sungai Chinchin, a historical village that was developed 127 years ago. Here lies a historic building that contribute in the involvement of Islam in Tanah Melayu, which is known as Masjid Sungai Chinchin. Selangor, a region of western West Malaysia occupying part of coastal alluvial plain on the Strait of Malacca. In 1974, a portion of Selangor centering on Kuala Lumpur was designated a wilayah persekutuan of federal territory. It is also surrounded by three other states in Malaysia, which are Negeri Sembilan, Perak and Pahang. Selangor consists of 9 districts, which are Sabak Bernam, Kuala Selangor, Petaling, Klang, Kuala Langat, Sepang, Hulu Langat, Hulu Selangor, and Gombak. Selangor's history and economic development have been closely linked with three rivers, the Selangor River, Klang River, and the Langat River. Gombak is one of the districts that are populated in this country in the state of Selangor, Darul Ehsan. It was established by Minangkabau immigrants with the consent of Sultan Selangor in 1974. Due to the Padri War that happened in the West Sumatra, Mandailing people came and settled down along Sungai Gombak before the coming of Minang people.
Itu kaum Mandailing dah datang awal lagi lah kat Gombak ni. Jadi dikatakan sepanjang-panjang ni semua ni kaum Mandailing, kemudian baru datangnya orang Minang pula.
Among them who migrated to Tanah Melayu were groups led by Raja Asal, his nephew Raja Bila, and the overlord of the Mandailings. Gombak district is now located along Jalan Gombak in Kuala Lumpur northeastern outskirts. The contour and terrain of this district consists of hill and greenery, especially in the east part of the north and west. While in the central region, the land consists mainly of lowlands. The main river that flow in this district are Sungai Gombak, Sungai Klang and Sungai Batu. The Gombak River flows downstream from a hilly area and meets the Klang River where Masjid Jami' Tuanku Abdul Samad is located. Along the river, multiple villages had been developed since long years ago, including Kampung Sungai Chinchin, which was founded by Tuan Sheikh Muhammad Noor.
Sebermula cerita Khalifah Sufi menyemai ilmu di pinggir kali menjadi pusaka warisan hakiki. Wilayah Gombak menjadi saksi.
Tuan Syekh Muhammad Nur Al-Khalidi, also known as Muhammad Nur Naim, was a Mandailing from Panyabungan who was born in 1860 in North Sumatra. He was an authoritative community leader with a noble heart. With the support of the public, Syekh Muhammad Nur hailed from North Sumatra to develop a school that not only focuses on worldly knowledge but also on spiritual education. Throughout his life, he had 4 wives and 6 children. He first married to Haja Halimah, then Raja Maimunah binti Raja Abdul Rahman, who was also the niece of Raja Billah. His third and fourth wife was Zainab binti Lebah Hassan and Zabedah binti Yaqub. In 1884, Tuan Syekh Muhammad Nur Al-Khalidi migrated from North Sumatra to Tanah Melayu as he has no longer wanted to live under the Dutch rule. He travelled with his adopted sibling, Sheikh Zainal Abidin, and his 2 friends. All of them part their own way once arrived in Peninsula to spread the knowledge of Islam. Mandailing people believe that the confluence of the rivers is the best area to start a settlement.
Bila bertemu dengan muara yang menjadi pertemuan 2 sungai, maka disitulah kamu berkampung. Semoga kamu dan anak-anak cucu kamu kelak menjadi orang yang berguna dan mendapat rahmat dari Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa.
Therefore, Tuan Syekh Muhammad Nur chose his first settlement at the confluence of Sungai Pusu and Sungai Gombak at Batu Lapan. He had also built a surau with the villagers there. In 1894, Tuan Syekh Muhammad Nur moved to Sungai Chinchin, which is a mile away, after finding that the area at Batu Lapan was not suitable to be used as an Islamic village as planned. He was looking for a strategic place for his religious teaching to build a masjid and found an area at the meeting of Sungai Gombak and Sungai Semampus as it is located now.
Dia memang asal daripada belah sana kan, apa Sumatera Utara. Memang dia berhijrah kat sini masa tu sebenarnya perang Padri masa tu. Sekitar tu bila ada berlaku perangan tu, masing-masing nak mencari tempat barulah. Itu masa tu Belanda masuk sana, dia pindah ke sini. Betul dia dengan keadaan keturunan apa semua tu nak jaga, dia orang berkumpul lah. Asalnya masjid ni sepatutnya di Batu Lapan tu. Pasal tak tepi Swimat tu ada satu surau kecil situ. Sebab Syekh ni dia suka cari, kalau nak buat tempat pengajian dia nak buat tempat pertemuan 2 sungai. Kalau ikut ada satu surau Al-Huda ke apa tepi Swimat Batu Lapan tu, dekat depan klinik kesihatan tu. Ada satu surau, situ pun tempat pertemuan Sungai Pusu dengan Sungai Gombak. Sini Sungai Semampus dengan Sungai Gombak. Tu saya tengok ada logik jugalah.
Syekh Muhammad Nur and Sheikh Zainal Abidin together founded Sungai Chinchin and developed it further with Islamic trust. A surau and a madrasah were built together with some pondoks provided for the people who came to seek knowledge from him.
Asalnya yang keliling ni nampak macam padat rumah kan. Sebenarnya pondok-pondok kecil asalnya. Pondok-pondok yang hanya boleh tidur 2 orang dan ada dapur sikit untuk masak. Sebab dulu pengajian untuk guru mengajar, murid-murid ni keluar daripada pondok, kumpul semua. Jadi oleh kerana bila guru pun dah tak ada, pengajian dah tak ada, dia orang ni besarkan sedikit-sedikit rumah dia orang sampai terus kekal sini, sekitar dalam 30 rumah ada sini sekarang. Asalnya 30 tu adalah pondok-pondok kecil.
The name Kampung Sungai Chinchin was given by Syekh Muhammad Nur. A myth stated that the village was named after an incident where he helped a couple to find the lost ring in the river. The surau and madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah was completed after a few months of construction and was opened in 1895. But only the madrasah still remain until now. Architecturally and structurally, both surau and madrasah design were influenced by the Javanese and Mandailing architecture due to its structure and the origin of its founder, Syekh Muhammad Nur, who came from Sumatra. The most noticeable structure of the madrasah represent the influence of Javanese architecture is the 2 levels of roof. The madrasah also has the main characteristic of a standard Malay house, which is on steel to provide both ventilation and flood protection in hot tropical weather. As the madrasah is located near to the Gombak River, the steel design will elevate the building and prevent the madrasah from being swept away due to the flood. Then, the surau was renovated into a main prayer hall in 1905. During the time of Syekh Muhammad Noor, beduk was used as a sign for call of prayer and to tell if someone was dead. It was made from a local trunk in which the whole big trunk is carved into the shape of a drum. The beduk was still preserved until now and it has been relocated at the main entrance of the masjid. Moreover, a detention house was also built beside the masjid which applied for those who did not follow the Sharia compliances. It is stated that the people will be punished by reciting Al-Ikhlas 1,000 times, doing zikir and some others that help in remembrance of God.
Dihitung bertekad menyeru masyarakat. Gugurnya permata, tidak terhenti hikmat. Yang ditinggal tetap meneruskan hasrat. Mematri jasa, bersulamkan amanat.
In 1921, Syekh Muhammad Noor died at the age of 61. He was buried just beside the masjid, which was originally a graveyard. Soon after, 3 of his wife and 6 children were also buried at the same place. He is known for being one of the most important people who spread Islamic teaching in Kampung Sungai Chinchin. Thus, Sultan Al-Adin Shah once paid a visit to Syekh Muhammad Noor's grave and ordered the landowner to charge for no fee for the land. It was gazetted to become a reserved mosque lot with no tax charge on 28 February 1922. In 1923, the Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah had 2 levels that was used as a place to learn religious teaching, with Syekh Muhammad Noor, where the ground level is used by the male students and the upper level were used by the female students. The madrasah only consists of a single space, which is the prayer hall. The core is supported by the columns, which are positioned on the shallow rough foundation to support the 2-story buildings. There are a total of 12 columns that support the whole structure of the Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah. The columns are being placed following the grid to ensure the functionality of the structure and the load distributed fairly. The central columns are bigger than others to support the tight roof. The timber beam and column structure were joined using nails or pasak to strengthen the structure. The floor system of Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah can be divided into 2 systems, which are timber and concrete. The square prayer hall at the ground floor has a concrete flooring with a measurement of 8 meter by 8 meter. The main prayer hall on the first floor uses a timber flooring system with a layer of plywood planks and timber planks on top. The floor joists and timber girders are connected using mortise and tenon joint system. Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah's wall is made up of timber. The height of the half wall on the ground floor is about 1 meter, while the walls on the first floor are extended up to the ceiling joists. The walls are covered by wooden boards with wall-mounted systems that overlap each other using the susun series system. The horizontal wooden boards are nailed to each other onto the wall stud. In 1923, Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah used to have no doors, but only openings to allow people to enter and exit the madrasah. On the first floor, the madrasah consists of 12 double-leaf windows that are built from timber with timber frame. All the windows are complemented with a set of railings that is also known as pagar musang and has kepala tingkap above it. The kepala tingkap is using a simple motif of jejala, lattice, to allow natural daylighting and to invite daylight into the madrasah throughout the day even when the windows are closed. The entire roof structure of the Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah covered all the area of the prayer hall and was built using a timber construction system with zinc on top. There was also a small space between the roof which was used to be a place for muazzin to call for prayer. It also aimed to provide a static effect inside the masjid to improve the comfortability of the madrasah itself. Awning roof was added on all sides of the madrasah to protect from rain and sunlight. On top of the roof is where mustaka is being placed, an architectural decorative element that adds an artistic value to the roof of Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah. According to Javanese belief, if the mustaka falls or is struck by lightning, it indicates that disaster will happen to the occupants, as it symbolizes a sign or a fate for a building. There are several different types of mustaka in Javanese architecture, but for Madrasah Nurul Muhammadiyah use the floral type of mustaka. In 1965, the Masjid Sungai Chinchin underwent renovation due to the old timber structure being damaged and no longer being able to support the number of people. It was constructed using brick but not having any of the same elements of the old masjid. The construction was finished in 1968 and launched by Almarhum Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah. During the construction, the madrasah was shifted a few feet from its original location. The masjid was built with a pad foundations as it is located near the river. The floor slab was located on top of the ground beam and the floor is raised 580 mm from the ground. The dimensions of the floor which covered the prayer area is about 14,400 mm by 15,800 mm. There are 4 types of columns that were constructed as the columns for Masjid Sungai Chinchin. Each type of the column was different in size. All of the columns are constructed directly from the pad foundation up to the wall beam that supports the roof structure. The exterior brick wall was constructed with openings and doors. There are 4 doors that can be used by the user to enter the prayer hall, and the other 2 doors were used to enter the audio room. There are 15 windows and most of the windows are topped with arched fixed glass pane. The glass pane were in semicircle shape. Some of the window panels can be opened for ventilation purposes and some of the window panels cannot be opened as it is attached with the timber bookcases. There are ventilation panels below each window. Each set of ventilation panels consists of 8 hollow in rectangular shapes. Ventilation panels, or known as lubang angin, was designed in a building to allow fresh air and natural daylight to pass through. The interior wall that is connected with the secondary columns inside the prayer hall is designed with an arched fixed glass pane. The walls are offset from the floor level where the arched glass pane are made. There was a keyhole arch located at one of the prayer hall's entrances that brings the ambience and the sense of welcoming to the visitors. The roof is constructed with Dutch gable roof. This roof helped to avoid any water ponding and leaking to the main prayer hall. The roof structure is made from timber and it is layered with corrugated metal roofing. The geometric parapet wall was constructed from brick and concrete around the perimeter. 2 domes were designed and placed on top of the roof at the northwest and southeast side. It is made of reinforced concrete and molded steel rods are used to form the hemisphere shape of the masjid's dome. On top of the hemisphere dome, concrete is being shaped to create a form of a cone to symbolize the crown or apex of the dome. The interior floor of the masjid is being carpeted with a red carpet with a small geometric pattern. Inside the Masjid Sungai Chinchin, there is also an old mimbar that made of timber and coated with dark brown paint. The ornamentations at the mimbar is mainly inspired from a geometric motif that shows symmetrical balance. Later, due to the maintenance, it was replaced with a new stainless steel mimbar. It has a small dome on top of each corner with a simple geometric carving below. At the splat of the mimbar seat, there is a carved ornament with floral motif with a focal point or punca bunga as the datum of the ornament. The masjid was surrounded with 5 stairs that are located outside the prayer area. 2 of the stairs are connected to the outdoor area. 2 other stairs are connected to the spillover area towards the madrasah and 1 stair is connected to the audio room. At the outside of the mihrab of the masjid, there is a kubur contoh built by Syekh Muhammad Noor. His intentions was to be a reminder to the people who are still alive. He built some kubur contoh around the masjid but only one that still exists until now and has been concreted. 2 small kolah were built at the northeast and southeast which are attached to the masjid. The main bigger kolah was built in between the masjid and madrasah. However, In 2006, due to the increased number of Jemaah, the Qala was moved to the current location. The area was then renovated as a spillover area with the white tiles. It became a multifunction area for many activities and also a prayer area during Friday prayer. Nowadays, the ground level was raised 0.25 meter from the existing ground level, and on the first floor, a new layer of timber flooring was added on top of the old flooring. Both floors were also covered with carpet. They also installed a ceiling consisting of 10mm gypsum boards. The ceiling consists of timber frames and batten which are connected to the timber joists. After some renovations toward the ground floor, the half wall on the southeast and southwest elevations is changed from timber materials to concrete walls as can be seen in the current building. This is due to the old timber walls being damaged throughout the time. A fixed jealousy glass window and a steel mesh grille are also built together along with the concrete wall. The madrasah has retained the original form of the window from its construction day, but the current madrasah only has several windows after some renovations. There is also a timber back door added at the ground floor where most of the time it is locked and unused. A single leaf wafer steel door grille with steel framing is added to provide security for the upstairs prayer hall. The awning roof on the southeast and southwest side was removed and the material was changed from zinc to metal decking, which is more durable compared to zinc. Bertapak teguh bertongkat budi, melakar hikayat turun-temurun, ilmu menjadi paksi kendiri, terpahat warisan tetangga serumpun. Throughout the years, the influential teachings of Sheikh Muhammad Noor have been a strong foundation for the growth of the local community. The Tahfiz that was named after the founder, together with the madrasah that is still taken care of as part of the masjid, represent pieces of evidence of how much the people treasure this heritage and the long history behind it. The legacy will continue as people from various places come with true intentions of grasping a better understanding of Islamic teaching.
Wow, an incredible presentation by the group of Masjid Sungai Chinchin.
Hands down, that's one of the most amazing documentary I've seen today.
For sure, all masjids had an impressive tale to tell. Truly remarkable video composition by all the teams. It does not matter if the movies are still closed. We have our very own movie theater by Heritage Paksi.
We hope everyone enjoyed the 3 videos and gained valuable insight on the background of the 3 masjid in Islamic architectural knowledge and spiritual inheritance. We apologize for any disruption with our videos and shortcomings from our side.
Now, we are open to the last Q&A session for this documentary. Once again, please be sure to type your questions into the question box in your control panel. Raise the hand icon if you would like to voice a question, and we will address you with the remaining time in the session. Due to time constraints, we will be entertaining only 3 questions.
Majlis mempersilakan wakil ahli kumpulan rekayasa iaitu Saudara Izzat Syafiq, Saudari Nur Syazwani dan Hafiz Zikri untuk menjawab pertanyaan anda. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan. So, the first question is coming from Dr. Aida, the first question is coming from Sister Wan Siti Hajar Omar, where this one, she asked whether is there any reason why the architectural features was chosen on the new building? I'm sure our report team from Nurul Shazwani would love to answer this question.
Okay, thank you, MCs. So I am Nur Shazwani from the report team of Masjid Chinchin. So I would like to answer the question from Wan Siti Haja Omar regarding the main prayer hall elements, which if there is any reason why the arch feature was chosen on the new building. So as for the data regarding the architectural features on the new building, which is the main prayer hall of the Masjid Sungai Chinchin, we doesn't really get into the detail on that part because even when we interviewed the masjid organization and the villagers, they can't really remember or like get to any data regarding on any influence or any reasons on the architectural elements of the main prayer hall, which is the new building. I hope that answered the question.
Okay, thank you, Sister Nurul Shazwani. Next, we have a question for the technical teams, led by Brother Izzat Shafiq. So, how exactly the madrasah was preserved until now?
I will answer that question on behalf of Izzat Shafiq. So the question is coming from Nur Ain on how exactly the madrasah was preserved until now. So the madrasah was preserved by some preservation effort of the masjid organization and also the villagers, since the building is until now is one of the significant building in that kampung Sungai Chinchin. So they had put some preservation effort whereby they had replaced the wall that can be seen now with the same material and like the same styles of the architectural, but with some effort on whereby they repaint and they replace with new materials on like some part of the buildings. So they also can be seen that there are some supporting braces at the original structures, whereby as the documentary had mentioned that the structure of the madrasah is the original structure. So these supporting braces and supporting structure to like supporting elements on the structure that make it stand still and can be preserved until now. And the madrasah itself also had been used by the villagers and also the Jamaah until now. So it wasn't ignored by the villagers itself. So I hope that answered the question by Norain.
Okay, so the next one for Brother Hafiz, which is from multimedia team. What type of architecture before? What type of architecture do we call it? Because Brother Muhammad Saleh has seen the type of architecture before. Sorry.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Muhammad Saleh, for the question. My name is Hafiz Zikri, part of the multimedia team in the Rakasa group. So the question was basically what is the type of architecture, because we had seen it before. So I think before answering this question, I think I can tell you a bit about our experience when we were doing our research or our studies. So when we were trying to figure out what exactly is the type of architecture for the masjid building, we could not use the masjid building as a reference, since the new masjid, as you had seen in the video, the new masjid had been completely damaged and now replaced with the new masjid. So what we did was we used something that has been preserved, which is, the madrasah, which is now part of the masjid, to study, to use it as the reference to study the architecture. Now back to the question, what is the type of architecture? So based on our study, we refer this style as the Malay architecture with the influence from Javanese and Mandailing architecture, since the founder, Sheikh Muhammad Nur, was part of the Mandailing race and was also from that kind of place, or the North Sumatra to be precise. So one of the most obvious or most noticeable feature of this is the two-tier roofing. I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so much to Brother Hafiz Zikri, and thank you to our brother and sister from Masjid Sungai Chinchin. Okay, last but not least, maybe we have a question from Dr. Aida Kusuma. Could you elaborate more on the Moorish influence from the horseshoe arch at the masjid? And also there is actually embedded meaning behind the reason of using the semicircular arch frame above the body level frame windows, which is actually symbolic of the rising sun ray. Normally designed at the Tebalaya at the east orientation of the traditional Malay house. Hence, this is obviously an exogenous example of Nusantara Masjid architecture and also some Moorish architectural features too.
Thank you, Madam Aida Kusuma Azmin, for that.
Oh my god, boy. Aku boleh jawab.
Okay, thank you to...
I believe we have covered all
Yeah.
the questions. Sorry, Kiwi.
Yeah, thank you to our brother and sister for diligently enlightening us of all of our guest inquiries.
It looks like we've covered all the questions. Thank you to the panel of Rekayasa. If there are any more inquiries, please feel free to visit our website at www.ium-arch-heritagestudies.com.
Terima kasih kepada wakil ahli kumpulan rekayasa. Sesi soal jawab kini ditutup. Jika anda mempunyai sebarang soalan, anda boleh melayari ke laman web kami di www.ium-arch-heritagestudies.com. Menandatangan tanda kesyukuran. Lafaz Bismillah memperkukuh tautan. Doa di pohon penuh pengharapan agar program esok hari mendapat keberkatan.
Sadly, today's event is coming to an end. For tomorrow, we have a lot more interesting agenda awaiting for you. Presenting special guest speakers for the Islamic Architectural Heritage Research Group, ISARC, 6th Joint Venture Webinar with the Department of Architecture KAED IIUM. Followed by workshops with Garis Pixel and a workshop by esteemed alumni Brother Kaishfullah Jaslenda. To know more about what's going to happen tomorrow, you can click in the link in the chat box to serve the Heritage Paksi website. The same link will be used for all 3 days event.
Selesailah sudah pameran kajian wawasan seni bina kali ke-21 bagi hari yang pertama. Walau bagaimanapun, jangan lupa janji temu kita pada esok hari. Terdapat pelbagai lagi input-input yang menarik menerusi program webinar bersama Kumpulan Kajian Wawasan Seni Bina Islam dengan Jabatan Seni Bina ISARC, bengkel bersama Garis Pixel dan alumni KAED tersendiri iaitu saudara Kaishfullah Jaslenda. Pautan yang sama akan digunakan untuk acara ketiga-tiga hari.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, families, and honorable VIPs, thank you for joining us today, and we hope you had a memorable and inspiring experience in our first ever virtual Architectural Heritage Studies exhibition. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Terima kasih kerana sudi meluangkan masa anda pada hari ini. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tahun ini merupakan tahun pertama pameran ini dijalankan secara dalam talian. Kami amat berharap sesi ini dapat menambah pengetahuan serta memberi inspirasi kepada para hadirin.
It was an honor to be your MC for today. I am Rahnoma Siddiqa.
Dan saya Hakimi Imran Hamzah. Terima kasih dan jumpa lagi di esok hari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.